What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Flux Harmonic, coming to you live from Athens, Greece. I'm David Wilson, and we're back again for the second time today to do some live coding on our Ludum Dare 50 compo entry called Silent Siphon. And I'll give you a little bit of a description of what that is in just a second. But first of all, I want to go and throw the link to the repo for this inside of the stream chat, so you can go check it out and give it a little like or a star on GitHub if you use GitHub. Let me grab this really quickly. Got to get the right text here to copy. Okay, here we go. And then I'm going to grab this link. Okay, here we go. I'm going to drop this into the chat. All right, so we got some folks here. Thanks a lot for joining R. Primus, Robert, Trixie Badger. Then my message gets in the way. Trixie Badger says, "Hey David, cool seeing you on Twitch. All the best for LD. Thank you very much." R. Primus says, "What happened to Source Hut?" I don't know. GitHub tends to be a better site for sharing repositories with people and having people collaborate with you. So I don't know. I'm used to GitHub. I prefer it for the time being. Source Hut's not bad though. I like it. Okay, got everything set up there. Cool. So the game that we started working on this morning is a top-down space shooter style game. So I don't remember some good examples of this. These top-down space shooter. Let's see. Top-down shooter, shoot 'em up. Is this a good example? Do you have any screenshots of anything? That's not a good example. Who knows? Space Punk's top-down shooter RPG? I don't know. Images, how about that? I mean, guess that's sort of similar concept. I'm trying to look for something a little bit more simple. Like this. This is the sort of thing we have in mind, where you're basically, you're flying forwards in space, and then you've got enemies that are coming down, shooting at you. But the difference here is that with Ludum Dare, there is a theme involved that you don't have to follow, but it's better if you do, and if you want to be rated based on what you've built. And the theme for this competition is delay the inevitable. So they just give you a phrase, and you can just interpret that however you want to make that into a game mechanic that you use when building your game. And for me, the way I decided to use that was to build this space shooter game, which is something I thought of before the competition, and then use the theme to add a game mechanic where the whole point is that you're trying to get through all the enemies without all of the energy of your ship running out. So the inevitable thing that's going to happen is that at some point the energy of your ship's going to run out. But you're going to try to see how far you can get before it does run out. And then anything that you do in the game is going to cost energy. So it's going to be dripping away as you fly around. But then if you shoot, it's going to take your energy away. So defending yourself costs. And the only way you can get more energy is through maybe drops coming from enemies after you kill them, or from you siphoning energy from enemies as you get close to them. So when you get close to an enemy, you can press a button, or the idea is you can press a button that siphons energy away from one of the enemies. So you have to balance out defending yourself with gaining enough energy to keep going until the end of the level. So that's what we're going with for now. We actually did make a lot of progress this morning. I'm really happy with what we've gotten done so far. I'll give you a little look at that right now. So we'll run this game, and there's no real graphics yet aside from just rectangles, but it's enough to sort of see things happening on the screen. You've got some meters over here for your shield and for the energy. You can kind of tell that this energy meter is ticking down a little bit. You've got enemies that are flying down from the top, and then if I press spacebar, I can shoot at the enemies. Now, we're not taking energy away when you shoot right now, but it's something we're going to add in just a second. But the idea is that you basically just shoot the enemies and they'll disappear if you hit them. We did manage to get collision detection working to the point that we can do that. So yeah, this is where we're at right now. And what we're going to try to do in this stream, we're going to run for about 4 hours. We're going to end around 5 p.m. my time. We're going to try to get the complete game loop. Loop is kind of the wrong word, but it's basically a full cycle of playing in the game. So you start the level and then you start flying and you try to make it to the end, whatever we define the end as. We haven't really gotten to that point yet, but just to see how much score you can get in the meantime and also how long you can stay alive. So let's go ahead and get started. Let's see what tasks I had written down since the last time. So we need to add a score display. So you can gain score from probably from killing enemies, but also maybe, you know, certain pickups that you would get, or maybe siphoning energy can give you some score. Then also we need to do something to restrict the gameplay to the visible area, but I'm going to move that down toward the end because it's not really super critical at the moment. Let's also make another more interesting enemy that has more shield quantity, I guess, so that you have to shoot them multiple times to kill them. We can update score based on kills. Add some basic enemy AI, because right now they're not shooting at the player at all. They're just you know, flying forward. And also maybe add one that has a predefined movement pattern, or different movement pattern. And then we need to also add damage for the player. So the player needs to get damaged whenever the enemy is shooting. Also, I think I want to speed up the enemy spawning a little bit because it seems a little bit slow to get started. And I want it to be a little bit more fun, but... And let's see, that's it for now. Okay. So, first of all, score display. We can just quickly do that just to get something going. Let's go back into main.msc. And this is part of the HUD, so we're going to add it as part of render HUD. We have the 2 energy meters. So I'm going to go here and drop below this, draw the score. The score, define score total, I guess you could say. We'll make it 0 at first. 0 like a game. Yeah, game. Okay, so we got score total, and then we can render this out. We're gonna draw some text. Renderer, draw text. Renderer, I believe also we have bitmap font that we need. I don't remember the other. Let's see. Draw text. I have another instance of that here. Come on, draw. Bitmap font. Here it is. Render text. That's what it's called. Okay. I can just copy this whole thing and put it in the other location. All right, so right here, we'll do this. All right, so render bitmap font. We can do this. Score. It's just going to look kind of ugly, but that's fine. Score total. And it's also going to have decimal points, which really aren't necessary, but, you know, what can we do? All right, we're going to put this somewhere around, let's say, position 150. No, that's X. I want that to be the Y position. Whoops, what did I just do? All right, so X position, we're going to do window width. Sort of background processing on another task at the moment also. Thinking about how to deal with screen positioning. I keep dealing with window width, but I feel like it's costing me way too much to keep calling window width just to get the window width, even when it's not what I want to be using. I would much prefer to be drawing to a sort of abstract coordinate space for the purpose of the game and then scale that to the window size. I might end up trying to do that in just a minute because I feel like I'm wasting a lot of cycles, literal CPU cycles, doing this sort of calculation based on window width. The goal would be to have the game be a vertical resolution. In fact, it should be windowed. So to be honest, the resolution of the game right now is more tuned to widescreen, but it really needs to be a little bit different than that. But we can tweak that a bit as we go. All right, so for now, we'll just do this. Window width minus what is the HUD width? The HUD width is 300. Hey, Hyder. All right, so window width, let's just say 250. Probably it needs to be a little bit different. So let me kill that line there too. Okay, let's see if it renders now. Okay, so we got a score readout here. We really don't need those decimals. I need to change how that works. I mean, this resolution actually seems pretty good to me, so long as EXWM decides to work correctly. Okay. So I think the score position, I might move it a little bit more. So how about 270, just to give it a little bit more space. I don't know how big the score number would end up being for someone, but you know, you want to at least leave some space that it could be big enough. Seems good so far. So now we can add some score whenever you shoot an enemy. So that I think also for the record type for enemy, we should give a score count for how much that enemy is worth score-wise. And whenever I spawn a drone, I'm going to say the score is worth maybe 100. So then whenever I hit an enemy, let's see, intersect enemy shield set. So score total, define score current. So we're going to use this to do a little nice, what would you call it? You know, so you don't just see the score go pop, pop, pop. We want to see it scrolling up to the number. So score total. We'll say score current here. And then to go back to where we were doing intersect. So we did enemy shield set, but they're not dead yet. I think we need to check in the update enemies. All right, so if it's greater than 0, then update. Otherwise, what we want to do is give the player some score on that. So right here, set score current plus score current enemy score enemy. I believe that's what we have here. Okay, so give the no, we don't want to set score current. We want to set score total, because current is the one that's going to be scrolling. Total, okay. And then current is the one that's going to be displayed. So here's what we'll do. In the game updater, I think maybe we also need to have an update HUD. All right, we'll have that function too. Define update HUD time step. So what I'll do here is say set score current. Let's see. If less than score current is less than score total, set score current. Let's see. It needs to be something times time step. Actually, this might be a different thing. Score previous and score current. So maybe it's not score current. Score current. Or just trying to think of the right way to do this, because I want to use a mathematical calculation effectively. Now that I'm thinking about it, this is also a problem. I just want to be able to calculate the exact amount of score at the time that's being displayed. And the reason why I would do that is just to make it more consistent, the way that it increases on the display. It's kind of not really important to do this, but I'm doing it to give the game some visual interest, I guess. Yeah. The easy thing to do would be to have a specific interval where I would increase the score. But it feels wrong to do that. Like I won't be able to calculate it the way that I'm trying, the way that I'm thinking of doing it. So if I have score current, which is some intermediate value, or let's say I have a score current, which is the previous value of the score, or even yeah. So to animate the score value, especially if you're getting more score while it continues to tick up, then we can't do it based on previous value versus next value, because then it's going to keep changing and it's going to change the rate at which it scrolls. So really it does need to be like after some amount of time, increase the score by 1. Okay, well. That's fine. Let's do it that way. Define scroll score scroll interval. Scroll is not the right word for this, but whatever. So the interval we could say is 0, 0, or let's try 0, 0, 1 and see how it looks. And then back to update HUD. If score current is less than score total, set score current. We also got to check. Define score scroll time. Okay. That seems right. Let's do this. So set score scroll time plus score scroll time plus time step. So what that's going to give us is the latest score scroll time, and then we're going to roll through. Ooh. Yeah, okay, that's fine. For each update. And then we need like the last time, I guess. Excuse me. This is almost like we need 2 time values. The amount of time left that we need to scroll, and the amount of time for the current increment. It really feels like the wrong calculation. There's too much state that has to be retained for this. And it feels like a little bit of a waste of time, but let's think a little bit more critically about this for a second. Okay, so define score scroll last increment time 0. All I need to know is whether, yeah, it's really hard to think about with the time step approach. Let me see if I can just write this down. So each update call has a specific amount of time since last frame. Score increment always takes a certain amount of time. Excuse me. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe I'm overthinking this. If there's a number of increments per second. Okay, I think I'm overthinking this. So score scroll interval. Let's say speed. So how many do we want per second? How many score, let's see, for 1 second, let's say we want 50 score points to show up per second, all right? Let's do it like this. Score scroll speed, and then an update HUD. The time step, every time we're just gonna increment this. Score current, let's get rid of that. Time step times score scroll speed, okay? And then we will say, oh, and also, yes. Okay, we'll also do this. We'll do, I would say min. Score total. So we just want to make sure that we don't ever go past score total. And that should be enough. Now, if we go to render HUD, then we use score current. Let's try that out. I'm gonna go up here and just give us some score to start with. So score total, I'm gonna call this 1,000. How about that? Okay, I don't see it increasing. Let's see why. Oh, I'm not calling update HUD. All right, so update player, where's that getting called? All right, so I'll go here, update the HUD. Time delta, HUD. Let's do it. There it goes. Wow. Yeah, that's not what I expected to see. I must not be setting it back correctly. Update HUD. Set score current. Min of score total. Score scroll speed. I need to add score current. Yeah, I think that's right. That's kind of funny. There it goes. That seems right. Now it's a little bit slower than I want. So let's see, maybe 100 per second, we could say. I think it's always a matter of just doing the math right. All right. Still seems a little bit slow. Make sure it stops. Boom. All right, stops at 1,000. Good. How about that? I want it to move faster. That seems better. How about this? I'm gonna shoot this guy. Boom. Boom. All right, cool. That seems all right. Maybe I would actually slow it down slightly because the score increase is not gonna be so big. How much do I have that? 200? About 150. All right, and then I'll start with 0 score. All right, there we go. Come on, let's go. Boom. Cool. All right, as we got a little score readout there, I would like to truncate those decimal points off. So the other thing is that I wanted to Excuse me. Let's see. Org. We got score display. Update score based on kills. Yeah, got that. The other thing I wanted to do is, well, aside from truncating that text off the end, can I do that? Let's see. Number to... Let me check out that function that I have in mesh. LD50, deps, mesh, compiler, source, math? No. What is string? Maybe a string. Okay. Number to string. So I need another parameter to this that is basically the decimal points. What do you call that? Trixie Badger says, really interesting seeing you develop a game in a language you wrote. As a self-taught web dev, I enjoy seeing other people's work processes. Yeah, this has been a pretty fun experience for me, writing something in my own language, because about a month ago, the language was nowhere near stable enough to use for this purpose. So I'm kind of glad that we got to this point. Okay, so let's see. What is it called in printf decimal? Printf method. I just call it decimal, or I can just say if there's a second parameter, I just use it. Okay, so int decimal places. I think I can do star here. Decimal places equals arg count greater than 1. If it's greater than 1, then I'm going to say as number args o, otherwise 0. And then here I'm going to take out that and put in wait, that's right, and leave it like that. Okay, that should be enough, I think, if it works. Excuse me. Did I get an error somewhere? Because it didn't seem to change the behavior. Yes. Expected colon. Okay. This, right? Wow. That's not right. Did I? Oh. Come on, right there. Okay, now we got the right number of decimal places, and I could, if I wanted to, go into this code, number to string. If I wanted to, I could say 2 at the end here, and then it would give me 2 decimal places. Ah, it doesn't. Printf. Oh, I probably needed to truncate that. I just cast it to an integer. Shouldn't it have already happened? Zero. Maybe one of the other ones. Huh. Ah. My mistake. It's that. There we go. Okay. It works. Good, 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 good. All right, so it has 2 decimals there. I don't want 2 decimals. I actually want to go back and do... Oh, what did my FPS counter do? I wonder. I didn't pay attention to that. Okay, yeah, now it just has an integer value. That's cool. I'll go into number to string FPS. I'll make it 3 there. And this, I'll just leave it be the default of 0. And then let's go ahead and just check that code in. string. Make number to string, or all right. I need to check the origin. Git at github.com : mesh lang / compiler. Push it. Nope. Push it to origin. Cool. Got that in. All right. So now we've got the score rendering. We'll check this in. I think that's it for the README, right? Okay, so we can check this in. Add score counting and score from killing enemies. Great. So let's see. Next would be create another more interesting enemy with more shield quantity. How would I like to do this? I want an enemy that's going to have a more interesting movement pattern than just the basic drone that flies straight. But maybe before that, I should add enemy AI where they will shoot. So what I can do to configure that, I think, is in main.msc, we're going to go back to the record type definition for enemy. I wonder if I should have another record type for the shooting configuration. Yeah, that actually is kind of interesting because I could use a similar approach for both the enemy and the player, basically to have like a weapon. So define record type weapon, fields, damage, fire rate, interval base, interval scale. I don't know if scale is the right word. I'm basically thinking of a way, so if this is going to be used for both the enemy weapons and the player weapons, which they're not going to have the same weapons, but, you know, we're just using a similar abstraction, then the fire rate will be like if you just hold down the fire button, how long does it, how often does it shoot? Let's think about this for a second. We can have weapon here. So maybe the enemy should have the details about how often it should fire. Let's see. Last fire time. Max fire interval. Max fire length. Damage, fire rate. And there's also going to be some stuff probably like, you know, the velocity of firing. Maybe we also need a function that can decide where the how to initialize the state. Okay, so at least we need to know the damage and the fire rate, because then the enemy can say, I'm going to fire for half a second. So then the fire rate goes into play, how many bullets it shoots. Might make it a little bit more interesting. Okay, so I think what I'll do, I'll move weapon into its own section. So there's bullets and weapon. Let me check on something real quick. Okay. So we can have a function called define fire weapon. Weapon. Sorry, I'm watching because I think my kid just woke up from her nap early and someone is trying to help her out. Okay, so fire weapon. So based on... Yeah, we might need to also have like a time step here also. This is going to happen during updates. All right. So in update enemies, let's say, what do we add for that? So it was a max fire length, max fire interval. So let's say max fire interval, and we have, was it last fire time? Okay. So last fire time should always start out at 0, but we don't have defaults yet, so we're gonna have to set that for the at the spawn time. So let's say right about here, last fire time is 0, which is not really right. Which means they're gonna try to fire immediately. But maybe what I can do, maybe, okay, maybe I'll do a different approach about this. So fire timer, the next fire time. How about that? So the fire timer is going to be holding on to the amount of time that's passed since the last time you fired. So it's going to start off at 0, which makes sense. And then every frame, we're going to add time to that. But then we're going to have the next fire time, which is the schedule next time when the enemy would fire. And in this case, we could say the max, was it max fire length, max fire interval? For this, I mean, what would it be? Like half a second. How about that? And then max fire interval, how long between firings for the drone enemy? We could say 3 seconds or even 2.5 seconds, so it's not too long. All right, so we have the fire timer, next fire time. So probably want to update the weapon too, don't we? Or we only call fire while the firing is active. Oh, we also need to have... we have the fire timer. All right, let's deal with that later. We'll just deal with the interval and whether they're firing or not. So when we update an enemy, update enemies, update the enemy, that's gonna just update their movement position, I think. I'm sort of abstracting this a little bit, but maybe it makes more sense to just have the specific enemy type do this behavior in their own update function, but that requires having enemy specific state, which I don't have yet. Okay, let's just do this for now. Should we fire? Set. Oh yeah, this is the one. Enemy fire time set plus enemy fire time enemy. Also need to put enemy here. I know this is a little bit ridiculous. Enemy. Whoa. Whoa. What's going on? So plus enemy fire time, and then the time delta, or time, I'm saying time step. Time step, time delta. Okay. Keep saying the wrong thing. So this is now time delta. All right, so now we've got the enemy fire time being increased. We also need to check if enemy fire time enemy is greater than the next scheduled fire time. Enemy next fire time enemy. Next fire time, okay. That needs to be set. Let's see. Then we need to actually fire the weapon. So I think I have a fire weapon function. And that is for the enemy weapon and the current time delta, which I have there. Okay. So that will cause the enemy to fire. So now in fire weapon, we have the information about the weapon itself. Don't I have it right here? Okay, so fire rate. This will also have its own fire time, how long it's been firing. Fire rate. I don't know if we need these. The interval is to say how long in between. I think that we've already taken that behavior into the entity itself. So let's leave that alone for now. So to fire a weapon, we need to create a bullet. Do we have a? I think we have a shoot bullet function. Fire weapon. Shoot bullet. And the weapon could also have some impact on the bullet. For instance, let's see, shoot bullet. Let me just copy that as a template. So the X and Y position. Okay, we need to have the place where it comes from. Okay. So X, Y. And the velocity, maybe I would say the direction, like it's basically the Y direction. So how about we say Y deer? Because it could either be up or down. So we just need to change that velocity based on that. Let's see, fire weapon. X, Y, and if I have a bullet that goes kind of in a weird pattern, I might want to have a way to have a function for that, or even to have an X velocity. We'll deal with that later. Okay, so weapon time delta. Cool. Shoot bullet. we'll just start with X and Y. Whatever the location was that it was given to us. The weapon should have a speed. Bullet speed. I'm starting to have an idea in mind for a way to configure these speeds to have like ranges so that they're not the same one every time. So you would have a function you could call instead of, or a data structure that has some ranges on it. But we'll deal with that another time. Maybe tomorrow when we want to start making the game a little bit better. First, we just need to get it working. Okay, so we have bullet speed. So we're going to do this. We're going to say y deer times bullet speed to give the y velocity. Damage will be passed right through. And then the owner is going to be passed through. So then for fire weapon, we can just say the owner is enemy. So fire weapon, X, Y, Y deer. All right, so I need to update this call a little bit. What else did fire weapon have in it? Fire weapon, time delta owner, weapon, X, Y, Y deer. Okay. So enemy X, enemy Y, enemy. Hopefully that's enough. All right, so that should give us the starting point. Let's just see if it works. Who knows? All right, so enemy fire time set. Let's see, fire time. Fire timer. Okay, let's call it fire time. Why doesn't it have that? Should have that. Fire timer. Fire timer. Oh, I didn't even add these, did I? I need to go to the enemy record type. So, excuse me. Next fire time. Fire time. Max fire length, max fire interval. Okay, there we go. So it probably won't fire yet. If it doesn't crash. Wow. Expected 6 arguments, but got 5. I'm guessing that's fire weapon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Time delta, owner, weapon. Okay, so since this is the enemy, I'm going to say that the direction is 1, positive Y direction. Bullet speed. Yeah, weapon. Okay, that's right. Weapon, bullet speed. Weapon. And then we'll put this down here. All right. Maybe now? Oh, come on. Expected instance of record type, weapon. All right, so where did I call for weapon stuff? Weapon dash. Fire weapon. Okay, I never set up a weapon yet for the drone. So the drone is going to have a very basic weapon. Type weapon. All right, so let's see. Fire weapon. Let's define some weapon types here. Define, define blaster weapon. It's like the most basic one, the weakest one. Make weapon. Damage 10. bullet speed. Default bullet speed. That was 700. That's what I had set before. So let's say 700. Ooh. I need to make that every time. Okay, maybe I need functions for this then. Fire rate. So if it was held down, how often should it shoot? Once per second? And then fire time 0. Okay. Okay. So then make, was it spawn drone? Is that what it was? Spawn drone. And then we're going to set the weapon to blaster weapon. Let's see what happens. Undefined variable damage. Weapon damage. Where else am I calling damage? Distraction. Maybe this time. All right, whoa, hold on. That's way too many bullets. Let's see. What did I do wrong here? I didn't reset the fire time, I think. Update enemy. So when we decide to fire, we then need to reset the fire time. So begin. Set. Let's do this. Enemy fire time set. Enemy 0. Let's just reset the fire time. Fire the weapon. All right, now let's see. I think it'll fire correctly this time. Where are you? Come on. Probably is hidden. That's another one. Why so many bullets? Let's do this. Display firing weapon. Also, it just takes too long for an enemy to show up. Let's see. Spawn interval range. Let's make it 3 seconds total. Feels like it takes too long. Yeah, it's firing the weapon constantly. All right, so enemy fire time set. Enemy plus fire time plus time delta. If enemy fire time is greater than... Oh, okay, because I have that set to 0. That's the other problem. What do I do? Spawn drone. Enemy next fire time. Next fire time. All right, let's set that to... This is sort of the fire interval, honestly. Every 2 seconds. Let's just try that for now. All right. They're shooting. Yeah, they're not shooting very frequently, which is good. All right, now that they're all sort of showing up, I think I will slow it down a little bit. The fire interval, it's okay. 1.7, let's say. And what was the other thing? There was like an enemy spawn interval. We'll put that to 3.0. Just so that when it starts, it starts. Excuse me. All right. Cool. So one thing I also want to do, I want to render the bullets under the sprites, potentially. So if I go to render bullets, let's put them to draw first. Yeah, I can't see that guy's bullets. There we go. Now I shoot. Cool. All right. So that gives us the ability to have an enemy who's shooting, but the bullets are pretty boring at this point. We could change that a little bit. All right, so I think the next thing we want to do, well, let's actually check some stuff in here, maybe. Didn't I check that in? Add enemy weapon firing and weapon data type. Okay. Cool. So that was 1 hour, and we got some things working, which is great. Let's check our README again. Basic enemy AI. Okay, shoot at player, have predefined movement pattern. We've got that, but let's try to create another enemy, and then we can call both those things done. So what I would like is an enemy that has kind of like a cooler movement pattern. So we could say like a sine wave type thing where they're sort of moving to the left and right a little bit as they go down. So let's see. We'll go to spawn drone. So spawn enemy. Drone speed. Okay. This doesn't need to be here anymore. I'm going to copy another one here. We'll call this a slider. I don't know why. Just because that's the idea I have in mind. This is sliding from left and right. So that will be the position. Enemy list. Might need to put names on these too. But we'll see. X and Y. Size. We can make them maybe a little bit bigger. I don't know. We'll see if it works. I have the sphere we're making. The blaster weapon. We might do a different thing for that. We'll see how that works. Fire time. Next fire time. Maybe they... well, if they shoot faster, then they're going to span the whole screen. And the color. I want to make this thing a little bit green. Like reptilian, almost. 255, 165, 0. Okay. So when we spawn, we need to randomly pick enemy spawners. Make array. Array push. Is that what I call it? Enemy spawners. We're going to put spawn drone, and we're going to put spawn slider in here. And then for spawn enemy, what we're going to do is say rand int array length array nth enemy spawners array length of enemy spawners. So we're just basically going to grab a random entry in the array spawners, and then we're going to call it. Okay, array nth enemy spawners rand int array length to enemy spawner. We may want to do some percentages on these also, so that, you know, certain types of enemies get spawned more often than others, but and that may need to get tweaked per level. So maybe we'll look into that another time. Let's see if this works. Okay, spawn drone. I think I put this early, didn't I? Okay, let's do this. Enemy spawners. And the other thing I wanted to do, we have update drone here. Okay, update slider, update position, enemy Y set. Yeah, that's fine. But also we want to set the X position. Right now we're just going to do something really, really, really basic. So I'm just going to say they're going to move 0. So what is a rate by time delta? So per second, 30 pixels. This is temporary. We're going to fix it in a second. Update slider. Okay, there we go. That's not the right color though. So it's moving on the x-axis, which is cool, and it's also spawning different enemies, but it's spawning one or the other. All right. 255, 165, 0. Did I pick the right color? 187, 255, 0. That UI did not update. 187. Okay, let's see now what happens. It's a bit bigger. Maybe it should be smaller, actually. So instead of, what was it? Where's the size? 150. How about 75? Make it a little bit smaller, more agile. And then one thing I want to do here, I want to have a kind of serpentine pattern. For that to work, we need to be able to use sine or cosine, one or the other, on a value that oscillates, or at least a value that, well, I mean, just any increasing value is going to work. But that means having state. Maybe every enemy holds on to a time that it's been alive. Lifetime. And then we can use that to do calculations. So then on type enemy, lifetime, we'll just put that somewhere here. Yeah, lifetime, fine. Spawn drone, fire time, lifetime 0. We'll go back down here, just move this down to where the fire time is. Okay. Not going to do anything yet. Okay, so now that I've did that, we can go into update enemies, and we're going to increase that lifetime. Set enemy, oops, no, wrong. Enemy lifetime set plus enemy lifetime enemy time delta. So that will tell us how long the enemy has been alive. Oh, crash. Interesting. I forgot to put this here. You know, what I need is a variant of set to be an update function that takes a function as a parameter and then updates the value in place. Because I think this set combined with a get of the same field is kind of expensive. So it'd be nice if I could just do that in the C code all at once. But then that would require me calling a mesh function from C code, which I haven't done yet. That's fine. We'll do it another time if we need to do some perf improvements. Okay, so now what I can do is update slider. If I have the sign function, which I don't have yet, I'll need to go into math.c. This needs only one parameter. Pretty sure sign only takes one. Okay. So now I have a sign function out of the math library. If I go back into main, I think I already pull in math. No, I do not. Well, let's fix that. Nope, nope. It's not substratic, it's mesh. Okay, I got that. Update slider. Okay, so enemy. Okay, we need to cap this somehow. The width of the guy's movement pattern. What did I do wrong here? So multiply sign enemy lifetime enemy. I want to multiply that by, let's say 50, like the width of their movement. I don't know if that's the actual value, but we're going to look at it and see if it makes sense. But we also need to base it around a specific reference point. Yeah, so if I do the sign, I'm multiplying it by what? 50, but I need to add that to something. So I need to add that to, like, let's say a enemy base X enemy. So if we have this here, we could say like a base x. And then when we create the enemy, we can just store that base x as from the x value. So let's see what that looks like. Takes too long for one to show up. Okay. Operands must be numbers. Line 175. What did I do wrong? Number val, sign. Lifetime should be 0. Base X. Oh, did I not update the base X of the other guy? Probably not. Yeah, this one. That's the one that matters. Come on now. Give me a slider. Hey. All right. It's doing it. It's oscillating. It's just slow. All right. Let's increase the oscillation factor. Where was that? Update slider. I think what I need to do is multiply this by some factor, like, I don't know, 1,000? That might be too much. Wow, okay, way too much. 10? Let's see how well this looks once it shows up. Too much, and also I would rather the pattern be a little bit wider. So maybe we can multiply this by 3 or 2. 2 is fine. That's cool. So you kind of have to get out of their way a little bit. Checking to see if it looks right. Should they move faster also? Maybe the speed should be a bit higher. So I think we've got it on drone speed, but maybe it needs to be a little bit faster on the Y. Or we could bump that up a bit, maybe see if that makes it look better. Right now they move the same speed as the other guy, but maybe we can make it a little faster. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, that gives us another enemy with another movement style, which I like. Drone speed here. I think, where's drone speed? It's 250. Let's go with maybe 300 just for slightly faster movement speed down the screen. A little bit more challenging to deal with. Still seems to be moving a little bit slowly compared to the other. Yeah, that's definitely harder to get away from because he's shooting and then also moving at the same time. So you don't want to collide to either one of those. Okay, so we got a couple enemy types now, which is great. Oops, let's call that done. Let's call that done. Next thing, obviously, is going to be player shield damage. Let's check all this code in so far. All right, so add slider enemy type, update spawner. What else did we do? There was something else. Yeah, that's it. So now we're going to try to injure the player. And the two ways that could happen are when you hit the player with a bullet, or maybe you run it, the enemy runs into the player. So we'd have to deal with both cases. So first of all, plane drones that fly, more fluid movement path, enemies that fly in a formation. Okay, yeah, I forgot about what types we had talked about before. Okay, so when we have a bullet that hits the player, update bullets. Check for collision. Okay, if we check to see if it's equal to player, we also should check to see if it's equal to the enemy. So if equal bullet enemy, then we need to do a similar thing, sphere intersection. You can take that line out. This begin, the begin is necessary here. If sphere intersect, then we're going to, we do need to do the bullet alive thing. Enemy sphere. Do we have a player sphere also? Okay, we have one of those. Player sphere. And we'll get rid of this little part here. I think we need to start dealing with the player as a record type. Player shield amount. Okay. And then player shield amount, bullet damage bullet, and that's that, right? So that works. And then the next thing would be let's see, update enemy entity enemies. Jeez, I can't even speak anymore. All right, so this little piece of code here, this is what we want. Is the player still alive? Update player. Okay. Need to put this in a begin block. Ding. All right. So, I mean, we're getting to a point now where we could die, which means that at least there's a one end state to everything. Either you get killed or you run out of energy. So if your shield goes away, display you died, just like in Dark Souls. Probably it's just gonna spam you after that point. Uh-oh. This is in line 59. Yeah, that's wrong. If player shield amount. So let's see if somebody hits me. Boom. Whoa. Whoa. That was way too much. So, player shield amount. Okay. 1.0. It needs to be an actual value. So like 100. Energy amount. Okay, so how about we do that? Energy amount. Energy depletion. Energy meter height, player energy amount times meter height. We need to do divided by 100. Okay, shield amount. Hyder says, are you thinking of making the game progressively harder or making levels? A little bit of both, but I mean, for the purpose of what we're doing here, I think, you know, just making it progressively harder as one pass is enough. We'll see how much time we have to do all this. Okay, player shield amount, meter height. Let's do the same thing here where we divide this by 100. That should be good enough. Now let's see what happens. Hit me. Oh, it didn't hit me. Weird. Why did it not collide? Maybe it's because I haven't updated the player renderer to do what I did for the other one. Render enemies. Yeah, this little jam here. So render player. Am I not doing that? Let's see. Probably it's right over... Let's see, game renderer. There we go. I need to do something like this. So it's player X minus player size. Is that it? Okay, yeah. Player size divided by 2. I don't know if this is going to actually help, but we're going to find out in a second. Okay, let's see what happens this time. No collision. Intersect. Let's see. What am I doing wrong here? If equal, bullet owner, bullet is enemy. Sphere intersect, bullet sphere, player sphere. Oh, I'm not updating the player sphere every frame. So, center X set. Update player, right? After we update the player position, we'll update the sphere center. Player sphere. Yeah. Okay. All right, now this should work. Shoot me. Okay, it hit me, I think. You couldn't see it. There we go. All right, so now my health is being depleted, or my shields are being depleted. Boom. All right, so we'll see what happens. I mean, that's sort of a little bit too forgiving, I think. Maybe the health amount needs to be less, or the bullets need to be more powerful. Boom. All right, now I'm technically dead. All right. All right, let's think about how we want to proceed here. What should happen whenever you die in the game? Maybe there's a game state. Playing could be one of them, but then the other states, died, depleted, won. I don't know what winning means in this case. I mean, since we're saying it's the inevitable, you're either going to die or you're going to have your energy depleted. There's really no winning, so I think it's a matter of how long you survive. So maybe that's the reason to say there's not going to be any levels. It's just a matter of like the game getting harder and harder until eventually, you can't make it anymore, and then you just try to get the high score. So we'll have to have a high score storage somehow, which is going to be interesting. So then what we'll do is in the game updater, depending on what the state currently is, we won't do any more updating of the entities. So if we're still playing, update game entities. One or the other. Let's do this for now. So if equal game state playing begin. All right. Also, I think those bullets, the blaster, should be a little bit stronger. How about 20? You get hit 5 times and you're done. And then you died. We're going to change that to setting the game state to died. And then also what we're going to do is we're going to have another font, result font. I'm going to make it bigger. 150 maybe? I don't know how big it needs to be. And then in the game renderer, depending on what the state of the game is, or result string, if game state, equal died, then we're going to do a text render right here. We're going to use the result font. Window width minus HUD width divided by 2. Let's see what, whoa. Let's see what that looks like first. That's the X position. The Y position, let's say, I don't know, 300. Oh, I don't need that. Just needs to be a string. Let's run it. Uh-oh. 448. I think I screwed something up somewhere. Maybe I... Oh, how'd I do that? All right, let's see if we can get smacked around a little bit here. Come on. There we go. Thank you. Thank you for your cooperation. There we go. Okay, that seems like a more reasonable damage. Boom. And I think this should be the last hit. Boom. You died. Okay, cool. Excellent. And maybe I need to have like a play again, yes or no type thing to start it over. I'll have to reset all the game state, which might be interesting. Maybe I should increase the size of that font too. Result font. Let's say 200. Also, let's say shield amount. I want to set this to a low value to make it easier to die just for testing purposes. So let's set this to 20. Hit me. Boom. All right. So I need to adjust the positioning of that too. You died. Let's see. Define you died with. What was the name of that? Font width? Is that right? Let's go to renderer. It's not in renderer, but it's in font.c. Width. Font text width. How about that? What was the parameters of that? It's the font and then a text string. So you died. Define you died text. Okay, font text with you died text. You died. Oh, we'll change this to you died text. We'll also subtract you died width divided by 2 to center that in the place where we want it to be centered. What don't you like? Oh, another one? 468. Ah. Another crash. Function requires 2 parameters. That's what I did wrong. Result font. All right, here we go. Boom. Okay, that's where I want it to show up. I might want it to be slightly bigger also, though. 250, perhaps. That's okay. And maybe a little bit further down on the screen, you died text. 500. Boom. Wow, it's still not far enough down. That's not terrible. What is the actual resolution of the screen? $12.98. Yeah, that seems too big. Okay, so you can actually die, which is good. The next thing I wanted to check was, what was it? Ah, right. All the bitmap fonts. Let's see, bitmap font. I'm gonna change that to small font. Prompt font, we'll make that be 150, I guess. And then again, we'll also render some text for oh. Hello, Uncle Functor. All right, so play again, YN. Let's stick with that. So maybe I'll go to... Let's try 600 to start with. Yikes. Wrong font. So what was this, prompt font? Probably also need to add some distance between. Boom. All right, so that's not bad looking. I can drop it to 650. And also prompt font, I'm going to scale it down to 125 to make it line up nicely. Boom. I like that. Looks nice. So if I press Y or N, it should start the game over if I want to start it over. Otherwise, it will maybe exit. Who knows? I should have like a main menu or something in this game. I haven't done that yet, obviously. You know, I'm pretty happy with what we're doing so far, though. It's looking good. All right, so let's do the prompt. Make it so that it restarts the game. I mean, it's inevitable that you either die or you run out of energy. So that's what's going to happen in the game. It's going to be one of those two things. So I think we could implement the other state now as well for being depleted. So the you died text. So let's do the same thing. Come on. What's happening? So instead of you die, it's going to be like depleted. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna use the same. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to have two states for an end state. I mean, it's either you're playing or not playing. So if it's not equal playing, then we're gonna have result text and result width. And what we're going to do with that is we can also do this as well. So prompt text. Then copy that, put it here, prompt width, just to make it consistent. All right, cool. So then the prompt here, we're going to say prompt text, and we're also going to say prompt width. So that will make it consistent no matter which string we use. And then died. So instead of setting, well, we're going to set it to died, but we also need to... Maybe it's better to have a end game function. And here we can just say end game died. And then if we can set result text is you died text, and then the result text is result width is you died with. Else is going to be the other, which is the depleted text or depleted with. See what happens. All right, 1 second, Pranjay. All right, so it didn't show the prompt correctly, which is weird. Prompt font, prompt text. Oh, I didn't set the result width. What the hell? Pranjay says, can you tell in basic how Ludum Dare works? It works by you are given a certain amount of time to complete writing a game. If you do the compo version of Ludum Dare, you have 48 hours. And you can only do it by yourself, and most of the stuff that you make, you have to do it from scratch by yourself or using libraries that are well known or your own libraries. There's also the Jam, which is a 3-day competition for teams, and then there's also a casual mode for this, which is like 3 weeks. But I'm doing the 48-hour version, so I'm going to try to finish by tomorrow night a game. And I think, you know, we're making good enough progress that it's feasible to at least have something that works. And it's not going to be the best game in the world, but it's going to work for sure. Now, the question is, why is my prompt string not rendering? I did something wrong here. Maybe this calculation is off somehow. What if I did that? Oh, wait. Hold on. Why did that not complain? Thanks, Pranjay. Result font. That was the problem. Result width, prompt width. I don't know why I changed that. Boom. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. What else did I change? Oh, I did change the wrong thing too. Prompt font. Ah, that's the problem. Okay. This needs to be set to prompt font. All right, this time it's going to work. Boom. Ah, come on. Come on. Prompt width. Prompt text. How could it be wrong? Prompt font, prompt text. Window width minus HUD width divided by 2 minus prompt width divided by 2. Prompt width is not that wide. Prompt font, prompt text. What is the problem? This is very strange. It's almost like it's too wide to show up correctly. Okay, let's do this because this worked before. Shouldn't work. Yeah, okay. That just looks right, so we'll leave it where it is for now. All right, so we said we were going to work on depletion also, so let's try to do that. Update player. We're doing the depletion part. Okay. If player energy amount is less than 1. End game depleted. Okay. So let's see if we can... Whoa, what happened? 73. Once again, stupid quote completion got me. What? Ah. Wrong order. So I think we'll also have to set the energy level to something low just to make this faster. To try it out. That is totally not right. I think that something's being calculated incorrectly in my code. It doesn't seem correct to me. Okay. What was I looking at? Oh, I need to make... Let's just make player energy amount like 2. So it happens instantly. Boom. All right, cool. Okay, window width, HUD width. Um, let's try something. Not that one. Not what I would expect. Because result width divided by 2, it should be like right here somewhere. So it's definitely calculating this wrong somehow. Yeah, that is completely incorrect. Okay, so text I, ASCII char start, font chars. Yeah. Wait, hold on, that doesn't look right. Okay. That part is okay. Bearing X plus current care advance shifted by 6. X equals position X. Position X is the start position. So X is position X, the start position plus bearing X. And then we increment position X. So we increment the screen position. What does X start off as? Nothing. Okay. Position X plus bearing X. And then the advance is like the spacing between that and the next letter. Let's see. Bearing is the spacing before the letter. Advance is spacing after. Between two successive positions is glyph specific and called advance width. And then bearing. Left side bearing, horizontal distance from the current pin position to the glyph's left B box edge. Okay. Horizontal distance to increment or decrement the pin position after a glyph has been rendered. So it's okay. All right. Just trying to make sure or figure out why my font rendering is, or font width calculation is wrong. So if X is 0, bearing is 3, then you draw the texture. What about the width of the character? I mean, I'm rendering them correctly, obviously. So this is the place where it gets rendered, the X and Y position. So the bearing X based on the position X. And then the advance is the amount to skip over before starting the next position. Okay, so I think pos X plus bearing X. Oh, we don't need to do that. Pos X only ever takes into account the advance. The X is not taken into account. All right. I think that's what the deal is here. Let's take bearing X out and only add the advance value. And see if that makes it look right. The result seems the same to me. Maybe I made a mistake. Compiled. Num cares I++. Current care. It's okay, that's the same. Num cares. Plus equal current care advanced shifted to 6. I don't know, this probably isn't needed, but I'm a little bit skeptical at the moment. Let's go back and make sure we're not doing anything wrong here also. So result width. I know I didn't spell that right. Number to string. Depleted width. And then a new line. See how big that is, because it doesn't feel right. 1143. I don't know, man. That seems too big to me. $11.43. It just can't be. Can't be so big. No. Must be doing something really stupid here. It seems consistent too, which is the weird thing. So hold up. Once again, when you don't clear your variables. Okay. Well, at least we figured that one out. That's what happens whenever you use C. And you don't clear your variables, things all of a sudden start to do weird stuff. Okay. Let's check in that fix because that was needed. That and also this, I think that's perfectly reasonable. So font fix, font text width calculation. Okay, we got that now. All right, so we're good. Whenever you deplete, then it asks you to play again. Also, whenever you die, so energy amount, let's copy that one. And make this one 20 again. Let somebody come along and bother us here. Okay, yeah, that renders correctly too. Good. All right, so we've got end state, at least whenever the game is over. So now we need to make the prompt work, which shouldn't be too hard. So we'll do the energy amount one because that one's easier to replicate. I don't have to wait for somebody to come shoot me. So what we'll do is in update, or was it game updater? So we'll do an alternative route here where we will call the update prompt function time delta. Probably don't need time delta there, but that's fine. Handle prompt. How about we call it handle prompt? That's all good. Handle prompt input. Okay, handle prompt input. At some point, we'll also want to do like a high score table, maybe, if we have time for that. We'll see how that goes toward the end. All right, handle prompt input. We're going to check. Update player. What was it called? Handle player input. All right, let's do this. Where were we? Jeez. This thing is not tracking my positions very well. Okay. Handle. Okay, we'll do one or the other. Actually, this is what we'll do. Handle input events. We'll do player input or prompt input depending on what's happening. Define handle prompt input. And this is an event. Input event. Okay. So we'll take that out. Handle prompt. Handle input events. Cool. And input key code. We just need one of these here. Let's just snipe the whole thing again. What we want is handle prompt input. We're going to paste this in, and then we're going to delete a lot of stuff out of it because all we really want is a yes or no type thing. So Y, and then N. So I'm going to put display play again. And then this one's going to be display go back to menu. And then the rest we're going to delete. Boom. And also this branching path also goes away. So that should be enough to respond to what happened. So let's try it now. Uh-oh. Too many constants. Wow, too many constants in one chunk. Is that real? I've never run across that before. You know why? It's because I'm putting everything inside of this one huge file. So I guess it just shows me now I've reached a point in developing this language where the realness of the code has extended past what I thought was reasonable limits. So it may be time to try to break things out into separate modules, which is not a bad thing. I think certain parts of this are going to be easy to do. Siphon. And we can put enemy.msc. We can put it in its own place. So define module siphon enemy. Scheme mode. Yes. And then we'll go back into main. And all the stuff for enemy. All right, let's put that into enemy. Let's see how well this works. Oh man, there's so many things. All right, we're going to have some fun with this. And I'm not being serious about that. It's going to be kind of a pain in the ass. Let's change this to siphon main. And then we'll pull in Siphon enemy. Now, we're going to have to pull in some stuff into, get out of here, the enemy.msc file, some imports. So maybe we can start off just copying all of these. We won't need all of them, but we're going to need a lot of them. Time we won't need, probably list. Const, yeah, we need const. Array, we need. String, we probably need. Font, we do not need. Input, we don't need. Engine, we don't need. Window? Yes, we need window. Physics, we need. Texture, we do not need. And then renderer, we do need. Okay, so that should be enough. Let's try to build it. Okay, so probably it's going to tell me that I need to import some things. Render enemies. Okay, so render enemies needs to be exported. Also, update enemies needs to be exported. Let's see what else. Render enemies. I'm exporting it. What's the deal? Siphon enemy. Let's see. Main.c. Am I doing this right? This is a dev build, I think. Oh, let's see. How am I compiling this? Dev. It's a dev build. So, oh. That's wrong. Why did I do that? That's strange. I don't understand the logic of what I did here. If it's a dev build, we... Ah, okay. I see. We need it no matter what. So let's try this. All right. Okay. Undefined variable check for spawns. Who's calling that? Main 312. Game updater, check for spawns. Okay, fine. Check for spawns, export. Max level time. Oh. Max level time. So we'll just have to pass those in. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll think about that later. I was about to say we don't have concept of a max level time because you're not going to win. It's the inevitable thing is that you're either going to die or you're going to run out of energy. So, level, what was it called? Total level time. Okay, total level time. We're going to just pass these in as parameters. Something else is missing. Enemy list. Ooh. Okay. This is in main? Ah, crap. All right, so I'm gonna have to do this. I have to expose an abstraction for this, or it would honestly be better to have some kind of game state object that's easier to just reset. So I don't have all this global state that I gotta go find and start over with. Maybe I can do that. Let's go to the game section. Define record type game. Fields, state, enemies, bullets. Need the player also, which means we need a player record. And then some of these other things as well. All these things, the level time. Max level time. Score. Yeah, this is going to complicate things a little bit, but it'll be easier to reset the game once I get this put in. It'll be much easier to reset the game because I just basically throw away the old game state and create a new one. So score total would go away. Score current. Let's just do this. Score current. And then scroll speed is not going to change, so that could be something that persists. Player, we need a record type. Define record type player. Fields. Let's see. X, Y. Size. I mean, that's never going to change. Anything that is going to be changed over the life of the game is something that I should be putting in here. So the velocity X, velocity Y. Move speed does not need to change. Let's see, define. And I know we've got two different ways to say create, which is make player and create player, but make player comes from the record type. So we need to wrap that to give it defaults. Honestly, I need to put default values on keywords, or sorry, on record fields, but I haven't got to the syntax part of that yet. No time for that right now. We've got 2 more hours to finish up the basic game loop, which honestly we're getting pretty close. Once we got the basic game loop running, maybe we can do like a main menu type deal, and then you just have the basic flow of a game. And tomorrow we can just do polishing on it. I think, we're going to finish a game. It's going to happen. I'm kind of happy about that. Okay, make player. X. Oh boy. So I need to have all the same keys. No, I don't. This is this is an abstract function, more or less. Not abstract. It's like a default. So what we're going to do is do a lot of the same stuff that we were doing here. All right, so no, not that. Y is going to be the same as player Y was. Yeah, we're going to end up with a mess here. I probably should have checked in some code before doing this, but here we go. We should also say window here so that we can maybe move this to another module in a little while. So player X is now gone. Velocity X, velocity Y are both initialized to 0. Vel X, 0. Vel Y, 0. All right. Move speed's cool. All these things are not changing. The sphere... yeah, the sphere changes. So we need to put the sphere as part of the player. Right here. And we're going to do this. Sphere. Shield amount. So we need to have shield 100, energy 100. So no more of this stuff. Or shield amount, energy amount. Let's just say that. Make it easier to change the code. Okay. Energy depletion can be a constant. Update player. All right, so now we're going to have to update a bunch of code based on the changes we just made. So let's just see what we can do here. Hopefully this will only take about 10 minutes. Player energy amount set. Player energy amount player. Right, and we're gonna have to do this too, I think. Player. So we're gonna be passing that in, which is fine. Okay, so player energy depletion is a constant. Another player energy amount with player as a parameter. Player X, player Y. All these now need to be record accesses. Player, oh no. No. Player vel X, player, okay. So, and this needs to change too. Yeah, we're gonna get a lot of errors before we get all this fixed. All right, and then what I do here, player Y, player. I think I dropped this down. Oh no, this needs to be. It would be nice if set could see that we're trying to set a field of a record and then set it for us instead of us having to need a separate setter. I need to remember that as a possible language feature. This is kind of a place to set. Player Y set. It wouldn't be nice to see just set everywhere. Player X set. Player X. Yeah, all right. That looks good. Player X player. Player Y player. Okay. Sphere center X set. This needs to be player sphere of player. And player X of player. A lot more invocations here. But maybe it won't hurt too much. Okay, so that finally updates player. Thankfully, we already did the right thing with bullet and enemy, so we won't have to deal with that in those types. Update player now needs the game player current game game loop. Define current game is going to be make game. How about we call it create game or initialize game? So then in game, we're going to have define initialize game. We're going to return make game. State is playing. Player is create player. Score total is 0. Score current is 0. Did I ever do this already? This feels familiar. Okay. Total level time. Level time is 0. Max level time is 180, I believe I had there. Okay, so we've got all that stuff. Enemies, bullets. We're going to make those be empty lists. Bullets is an empty list. That should be good enough. All right, so now we have initialized game. We're storing that in something called current game. And that will make it very, very easy to just recycle the game state whenever the user says they want to start again. But we got to make sure that we're using the player information correctly anywhere that it's needed. So like right here, we need to say game state, current state, handle input events, game player, current game, bullet list, update bullets. So game bullets set. Hello. Update bullets needs to accept the bullet list as a parameter. So game bullets, game, current game. So I need to fix that too. Current game. Let's just drop some things down a little bit to clean it up. Check for spawns. Need to make sure we're not hiding any implicit state in that function somewhere. Game enemies set. Current game. Get rid of the enemy list here. Update enemies. We're also going to do game enemies. Current game. There we go. Update HUD. The HUD. There's something in the HUD that needs to be updated, isn't it? No, it's doing the state. Sorry, the score. Game score current. Game. Let's just pass the game in. Game score current of game. Game score total. Game. Game score current set. And then game score total. This has the potential to just completely wreck everything we've written so far. So hopefully it will go well. Game score current of game. And then score, scroll speed, time delta. That's all safe. Okay, so that seems good. All right, so some other things we need here. Render HUD. I think we're going to want to pass in the player as well. So player shield amount player. May also need to pass in the window, because HUD is going to get moved off into its own module as well at some point. Shield meter height. Then player energy amount of player. That one all seems pretty safe now. Render score append. We need the game score current of game. So we're going to have to pass in the game as well. I guess we don't need to pass in player if we pass in game, but I would say it's safer just to pass in game. Game player window. Okay. So what was that? Render HUD. We want to pass in game. And where is it? No, current game. And game player current game. All right. Render enemies. We also need to pass in the enemies. Game enemies. Game, current game. And rendering the player, we should move this into a function, I think. Render player, renderer, game player current game. Define render player, renderer player. Then we'll have to change some of these to be record reads player. Player size, that could be a constant, I think. So I don't think we need to put that as a player ship color. So player size is a constant. And let's just take this and put it up near update player. Boom, right there. In game, we should put that where game is. So where was the game stuff? Right here. Initialize game, end game. Okay. Game state. Game state set. Which just set check state. Result text. Okay, we may have to do that somewhere else, but we'll figure that out in a little while. Let's fix this one too. Game bullets, current game. So render bullets. We're going to pass in bullets here, bull sets. We're going to make this bullets also, even though we're sort of shadowing that variable. It's fine. And we also, I think these are all good. This is all the old model. Render enemies. In enemy.msc, render enemies, render enemies. Okay, enemies. An enemy list is going to get deleted. We got to find every other place. Okay, so we got to find a way to add this to the enemy list now, since we don't have the enemy list anymore. Spawn drone. So check for spawns. I think what I would do is change this to spawn enemies. And then I would pass it to enemies list. Enemy list. Where's that? Spawn drone. It should just return a new one, I think. And then, yeah, this should not be handled by this function. It made sense at the time, but now it doesn't make sense. All right, so we're going to take that out. And then get this enemy list out of here. Spawn drone, that's fine. It's a fine name for the function. Also, slider, we need to change how that one works too. Get rid of that. Go down here, take out enemy list. And now when we invoke a spawner, it's going to return the, oh, no. No cons. There, that one. Get rid of that. Make enemy. All right, got that right. That's good. Any spawner that gets invoked. Spawn enemies. It's only called in one place. Okay, so I'm just going to take that spawn enemy function out and put it right here. And then I'm going to const enemies. Sorry, I'm going to const the spawned enemy onto the enemies list here. That way it's going to return it once we've decided that the enemies list is ready to be spawned. Otherwise, we're going to return the existing enemies list, because what we're going to do is go into the main function where we were calling check for spawn. Check for spawn. We're going to say, yeah, this is game enemies set. I want to do this for clarity's sake, because otherwise it's going to look really nasty. Spawn enemies. Current game. Spawn enemies. Okay. Let's just clean this up a little bit too. All right. So we set the enemies for the game based on what we spawned, then we updated the enemy list. Oh, let's see. So we haven't run the code in a while, and I think that as soon as we do, it's going to crash and burn. So let's just try it now. Line 43, it might be in a different file. Yes, not in this file. I'll bet it's an enemy, 43. Yeah, okay. Spawn enemy can go away now. Spawn enemy. Yep, all right, cool. Try to do something. 49 in script. Not this one, but maybe this one. Create player. Okay, so create player. It wants a window. Okay, next. Uh, 388. Expected 4 arguments, but got 3. So render HUD. Render game player window. So window we got to pass in here. Let's break up this line a little bit. It's getting a little bit long. Okay. 400 must be numbers result width. That can't be right. Result width? Why? That one doesn't have a 400. Must be this one, right? How could that possibly... Okay, result width. Where did I set that? Ah. Nil. Okay. And how do I get here? Okay. Game state playing. Gotcha. That makes sense. Current game. Maybe we're getting close. Also, initialize game. State playing. Okay, we're good there. Total level time. All right, some things I forgot here. Game. I think this is called level time now. Current game. Oh. Wait a second. Let me fix this. Game level time set. Current game. Okay. Game level time current game. And also max level time. So max level time. I don't think that should be in there. I think it should be a constant. Especially because I think we're going to get rid of it as an idea. Total level time. Of course. Game level time. Current game. Delete this guy. Let's put a new line. Current state. Oh. $96. Whoa, 96. Player energy depletion. Oh, yeah. Wow. How many of these am I going to have where I forgot to put the player object on? Yep, I see another one right now. Right here. Definitely need an updater style function. $344. Expected 1 argument, but got 2. Update bullets. Okay, that definitely. Update bullets. I have not put the bullet list in here yet, so bullets. Bullets. Cool. $350. 4 arguments, but got 3. Spawn enemies. Where am I? Spawn enemies. Enemies, max level time, total level time. Let's just change the order of those. I don't like that. That's 4 parameters. What was it? Enemies. Okay, so game, enemies, current game. Let's move this one down. Come on now. $354. Update enemies. Game enemies, current game. Update enemies. I probably need to put the enemies list in here. Enemies. And then render enemies. Seems to have it already. Main 357. Update HUD. HUD needs, I think, game. Update HUD. Game and time delta. Current game. Getting close, I think. Hey, all right. All right, so updating or moving the player now needs to be fixed. All right, so handle player input. All these now gotta get changed. Vel Y set player. We also need to pass in player here. Player move speed. We're gonna leave that one where it is. It's just gonna be just a bunch of these, it seems. Player. All right, shoot bullet. Now, shoot bullet. That one's going to have to be updated too. Okay, player Y. All this lovely, beautiful code we've been writing all day, now it just got destroyed in the woes of refactoring. That's okay, though. We're almost done. All right, and then what am I missing here? 319. Handle player input. I need a player here. Handle input events. I think that's fine to just pass the current player in that. I mean, current game. Let's just do that. I don't know. It just feels better to have it be game. And handle player input. We need game player game. I think that's good. All right. Still not moving. What did I do wrong this time? This is an internal error. Something is null. That's okay. And even enemies don't show up, right? When they get spawned. Undefined variable window. This is an enemy window. Whoa. Window. This is line 61. Spawn drone window. Okay, so spawn drone. We need the window. Spawn drone, spawn slider. We're going to put window here also. Spawn enemies. Yikes. Sucks to have to pass a window in there. And the spawner needs to also take a window as the sole parameter. So window. All right. Call the spawner function passing the window. Add the result to the enemy list. Let's make sure we know what this is doing. All right. So now in spawn enemies, we got to add window to this call, which just doesn't feel right to me, but whatever. We're going with it. Let's see if it will spawn this time. Nope. Blaster weapon. All right, so, you know, the weapon stuff can easily be moved to its own module. So we're just going to take all this weapon stuff and go into modules, siphon weapon.msc. And then we're going to define module siphon weapon. Now, what imports do we need in this? Weapon bullet speed, shoot bullet. That's going to be fun. Make weapon. So far, we don't need anything special except for the bullet stuff. But maybe bullet functions can go inside of weapon. So blaster weapon, we're going to export this. All right. Let's see. Fire weapon should also be exported. So then, who called blaster weapon? It was enemy. So this one can pull in siphon weapon. Let's see what happens. Undefined variable window. Was it in weapon? Window? No. Who's calling window? Must be an enemy. 152. Window. And which function is this? Update enemies. Eesh. We really need something like screen. Like screen dimensions. Window is not the right abstraction for this. All right, but we'll do it anyway. Update enemies. What about render enemies? Probably that's going to want window too. Nope. Thankfully, that doesn't need it. So main update enemies needs window as the final parameter. I would also move window to the last parameter of spawn enemies too, because I feel like it's such a subordinate parameter. So let's go back here, spawn enemies. I'll take window and put it at the end. All right. So did I pass that in now in update enemies? Yeah, let's go. Let's wait and see what happens when an enemy gets spawned. Crash, of course. Okay, line number 10 in enemy. Nope. Was it a weapon? Yep. Shoot bullet. Let's go back to main. Shoot bullet. All right, so we got this function here. Trying to think of how I would go about communicating the new bullet to the bullet list, because it's part of the game state. So shoot bullet would go into weapon. I mean, I guess it's kind of stupid, because fire weapon should have like a create bullet, not shoot bullet, because we've already got a fire weapon here. And we're not going to be modifying the bullet list. The only point of shoot bullet was to add it to the list, because otherwise we can just call make bullet directly. X, Y, vel, Y, damage, owner, sphere. Okay. So maybe fire weapon. Okay. I got some thoughts on this. Man, this refactoring really is eating up a lot of time. We got 1 hour left though. I think we're getting close to being done with this, and this is gonna put us in a lot better position once this is finished, but we just gotta suffer through it for a moment. Okay, so fire weapon, shoot bullet. I'll leave it as it is for the moment. But this part needs to go out, because it's no longer relevant. In fact, I mean, honestly, now that I see this, I just paste this right here. Vel Y is Y deer. Weapon, damage, weapon. And then owner. Boom. And no more shoot bullet now. But it means that we need to be using fire weapon for the player now too. That's fine. Okay, so fire weapon. Let me think for a second. So back in enemy, fire weapon. When we fire the weapon, we actually need to somehow communicate the fact that we're adding a new bullet to the screen. Hey, Alejandro. Nice to see you. So if I do that, I need to pass a function in. This is not the stack. No, this is a different game we're making for Ludum Dare 50. All right. I think I need a function. New bullet func. And then when fire weapon is called, new bullet func. Yeah, this is not ideal, but yeah, we'll go with it for now. So update enemies in main. Update enemies. I'm gonna pass in a function, a little lambda here. Bullet, and then we're gonna say game bullets set const bullet game bullets current game, and also we need to go right here and say current game. Okay, so that's pretty inline here, but it's fine. Okay, so that should work. Display adding bullet. Cool. Let's run it now. Let's see what happens whenever an enemy pops up. Oh, all right. Enemy is moving. All right, they tried to add a bullet and it crashed. Let's see what happened there. Undefined variable make bullet. Type bullet. I need to move bullets. Bullet list, bullet size. Yeah. Oh, okay. So maybe bullet needs its own. That's fine. Let's just take all that. Right there, render bullets. Drop it into its own module. This is a bigger one. This is going to be fun. Siphon bullet.msc. Define module siphon bullet. And we're going to have to do some importing here for sure. Import. So no more bullet list. We don't need that. Yeah, we've already stopped using it. Bullet size, bullet color. Okay. Update bullets. Move the bullet. What functions do we need? We need mesh list, I think. I see const stuff in there. Mesh list. Enemy. Enemy list. Oh, we need to pass in the enemy list too. So for updating the bullets, we need to have enemies also. Enemy list. Or I guess I'm going to say enemies. Okay. Sphere. We need to have substratic physics. Okay. So now in weapon, we could pull in siphon bullet. Oh, you know, the one thing we haven't actually implemented yet is siphoning energy, but we're gonna do that probably tomorrow at this rate. Okay, make bullet good. Now main will also need siphon weapon, siphon bullet, I believe. And then enemy, do we mention bullet stuff in here? New bullet func, new bullet func. Okay, so we need weapon. We got that. Let's try this and see what happens. Oh, RGB. Inside of bullet, I'm sure. So we need substratic renderer to get the RGB function that we added today. All right, so another crashy crash. Undefined variable. Oh, okay. Need to do some exports here. Okay. Export those two. Something else missing. 249 in main, 249. Expected 3 arguments, but I got 2. I think I need to pass in game enemies. Current game. All right, let's see what happens. All right, as soon as it started to shoot a bullet, it crashed. So make sphere. Okay, line number 13 in what bullet? Nah, it's in weapon. This needs to have substratic physics. Okay, it might work this time. Let's see. Ah, man, this has really been challenging. Bullet size, that is in... Bullet size. We can do that. Let's export this. What about bullet color? No. Weapon bullet speed. It's just bullet size, right? Okay, let's try that. Another one. Damage line 15. Yeah, oh, my mistake. We're getting very close, very close. Come on, man. Player sphere. 47. It's gotta be player sphere. Alright, player sphere. For the player. So we'll also have to take the player as an input to this function. So back in main, update bullets. Game player current game. Let's see what happens this time. Come on. Should have been writing it like this way from the beginning. Another player sphere? Come on. That can't be right. Bullet player sphere. Okay, well this we need to change anyway. Player shield amount set player. Okay. And then player shield amount player. Yep. Player sphere. Did I not have that? Oh. Now I need to move player stuff to its own module too. Alright, so let's do that. Player. Everything eventually just gets moved into modules. Now you got one module, it just drags everything out. Handle player input, that's fine. Alright, cool. Define module. What's it called? Siphon player. And then we're definitely going to have some imports. Let's pull in scheme mode. Siphon something. I don't know what it would be at this point, but let's see. Update player. We want to export that. We want to export update. Render, we also need to export. And we do definitely want to export this handle player input. Yeah, save it. Oh, I need to go into main and import player now. That's interesting. Oh, okay. Yeah, that right there probably is a problem. Haven't seen that bug before. Undefined variable RGB. That's easier to deal with. Import, substratic, renderer. Window width. So we also need substratic window. Make sphere. Okay, so we need substratic physics. Somehow moving S expressions forms is not working right now with Lispy. What was that? Input event key down. Okay, yeah, I need input. Welcome, Facetious Coding. Thanks for following on Twitch. All right, now at least starts to work again. All right, I think now I need to go and fix the other issue that made me do this to begin with. Player sphere. This is in enemy. Or was it bullet? Yeah, okay. So let's do this. Siphon player. I'm also going to need to pull enemy information, enemy sphere. So we're going to pull this too. I don't know why it hasn't crashed on that one before now. Shoot it. Thank God. All right, we're getting back to reality now. That's great. Okay, so adding bullet. Is that in enemy? Adding bullet. Who writes that? Adding bullet. Right there. Delete it. Thank you. Okay, now let's try player input really quick. Okay, that still crashes. What's the problem here? Yeah, this is the weird one where it says something is null when it shouldn't be. But what could it be, though? Maybe... Let's see. Handle input events. Okay, that's probably a problem. Handle input events. I need to pass game to that. Never passed it. Wow, hold on. Oh, okay. Current game. That will be necessary. We really took a weird path to get here, huh? Current game. So handle input events. Game. Input event. Game player game. Handle player input is going to be in player. Player input event. Display player. Let's just see what that shows. If it even gets that far. Okay, so it's getting in there. Input event key down. Input key code. Somewhere I'm doing something wrong. Okay, so let's just make sure I'm passing player in correctly every time we do a set. Okay, now I'm gonna run it again. I'm pretty sure I didn't change anything. I'm gonna press S or D. So in D, display before set. And then after set. I just want to see. Somehow it's the setter that's causing the problem. Why did that magically work? That's very weird. I can't have fixed it. That's just illogical. All right, so my theory is that this is returning something. And the location where it's being returned. Oh, no. Maybe not. That's bizarre. But it would make sense. This should get rid of that value. Game player, game, input event, next event, input event take. This was never a problem before. I should do this key code so I don't have to keep going over and over and over grabbing the same thing. Okay, got that. And did I wrap the... Oh, I need to wrap all those. Like that. Not sure why that helped. Okay, so now I can't shoot a bullet, but I will get that fixed now. Okay, so this is good. At least I can move again. So if I press space, it's looking for the function called shoot bullet. So I think I just need to go and use the blaster thing. So how about I go do this? Weapon. So the player can also have a weapon. Create player weapon. We're going to give it the blaster weapon, just like the other enemies, I think. This is going to be siphon weapon. And then instead of shoot bullet, we're going to say fire weapon. And I need to go look at the signature for weapon here. Fire weapon. Weapon really should be the first parameter here. So it's going to be player weapon player. The X position, Y position, and then the direction. The damage we don't need. We do need time delta and owner player. So Y deer X Y. Now fire weapon. We got to go to enemy fire weapon, and we're going to put the weapon itself as the first parameter. Let's go fix the indentation here. Okay. Let's see here. What did I do wrong? Blaster weapon. Okay. Blaster weapon. Blaster weapon. I exported that. Weird. Why didn't it work? Line 22. Blaster weapon. Siphon weapon. Maybe, oh, hold on. What did I just do? How about I just copy it? I got a feeling something's wrong here. Blaster weapon. Let's just make a blaster of our own. and to replicate what we had before, damage 10. Not a good sign. Not a good sign. This doesn't rely on... Is this like a circular reference type issue? Because Siphon Bullet pulls in player. This may be a circular reference. Let me think about this for a second. Yeah. If it can't import things correctly, wouldn't enemy have the same problem? Should have the same problem. So something else is going on. Enemy's pulling in weapon. Bullet is pulling in enemy. Something very strange is happening. What about in main? Let's put player before. Let's put player before bullet. I know this sounds weird, but maybe there's an ordering problem here. Shit, it's not working. Make weapon. God, why is it not working? Enemy pulls in weapon. Player pulls in weapon. Bullet pulls in both player and enemy. So I don't know why this wouldn't work. Hi, Martin. Martin says, looks like a cool language. Those nested ifs are crying out for threading operators. Yes, the nested ifs are waiting on, well, either me to manually write a conditional macro or a case macro, or manually write a case expression or add macros to the language so that I can do that as a macro. Welcome, Alo Milo. All right, let's see. All right, let me think about what I'm doing here. Gotta get my head back together. Undefined variable make weapon. That just doesn't make sense to me. The only thing I could do to get around this is just to sort of route it through a different way. Yeah, how about this? Not the greatest, but it'll work. In create player, instead of creating a weapon directly, I just take it as a parameter. There we go. Martin, I'm definitely a fan of closure. That's one of the reasons why I have keywords as kind of a major feature, or I guess, you know, a more common way for things to be expressed. Let's see, create player. So now inside of main, create player, I could pass in blaster weapon, or maybe, what if I just do this? Boom, let's do that right there. Hopefully this works. Okay. Boom. Didn't actually work. Let's see. I can't run fire weapon. You gotta be kidding me. That's really a problem. I don't know why. Hacks. I'm gonna have to do some hacks here because something's wrong, and I don't have time to debug it at the moment. I could. Martin says, "Are your keywords namespace, or do you have plans for that?" Not at the moment, but I like namespace keywords a lot. I think it's pretty cool. But I don't really use keywords as a key into a data structure so often right now. I'm mainly just using them as keyword parameters for functions or record setters. Okay, I'm gonna go take like a 2-minute break, and I'll come back and try to finish this. Yep, I'll be back in just one moment. All right, friends, we're back. Let's see. Let me get my screen situation figured out again. Can never tell which side I'm supposed to be on here. Okay. If I could see myself before I set things back up, I would be in better shape. All right, so let's get back to what we were doing before. I'm debating on whether I want to try to solve this actual problem. I know I'm looking at the Hall of Mirrors here. Sorry about that. getting distracted. Basically try to debug why it's showing up the way that it is. Or why I can't import correctly. I guess that's the question. Why can't I not import correctly? In this one specific case, which makes no sense to me. Siphon weapon. We're trying to pull that in. And for whatever reason, it just doesn't pull in the symbols. Let's see. I could try to inject something. Let's do that. I'm going to try just really quickly to see if I can determine what's going on. Go into module.c. Go down here into module import. Let's see, bool debug equals false. If mem compare from module name chars. Actually, two modules, what I want to see. Two module, and the characters are going to be siphon player. How many characters? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. If this is 0, let me actually print this out too. So printf importing to module. That's to module name errors. Okay. Debug equals true. So then here I'm going to say if debug equals true, then print importing symbol export name chars. All right. That should be enough to see what's going on here. Importing to module main. 151. To module name chars. Siphon player 13. Did I put too many characters in this? Okay, importing the module siphon main, substratic engine, main, enemy, bullet. You know what? Let's just print all of them. I'm curious about what symbols are coming through on imports. Okay. We're pulling in array symbols, we're pulling in math symbols. Let's do this. From module name chars. Okay. Hyder says, have I managed to get libraries like GLFW to not spit out errors in LSP mode? That requires configuration, like a, what do you call it? Compile commands.json file that knows how to look things up. Sometimes the language server is smart enough, but a lot of times it's not. Let's do this so it's clear what we're looking at. Okay. Mesh list, mesh time, mesh string. So now we're pulling in siphon bullet. And now Siphon player is pulling in substratic input. Substratic window, substratic physics, renderer. Weirdly, there's no exports on weapon. Why there? It's ready. That is so weird. Oh, it's the first time? Hmm. That is really strange. Because we're already pulling stuff in that, so Siphon Weapon finally shows up at this point. 337 in the output. But at 297... Wait, bullet is... Okay. Why is it happening in that order? Seems like a bug. Because there's nothing that should keep it from doing that. Oh, come on. Twitch spammers. So who pulled in Siphon Bullet first? Okay, let's check main order. So weapon pulls in bullet. Yeah, let's see. It'd be terrible if this works. No, it didn't work, did it? Now I got so much output, it's hard to get through it. We may have to do a really monumental hack here to make this work in the short term, which I'm not happy about, but yeah, fire weapon's still not working. Okay. Fine, fine. Here's what we're gonna do. Let's just take these things back out that we put in right now, so we can get that junk out of the output. Got plenty of other junk in the output. Let's go into main. I want to take this depleted width out because we don't need that anymore. Now, when I create the player, I'm also going to pass in the function for fire weapon, unfortunately. Because having trouble getting access to it. So player MSC, we're going to stop importing Siphon Weapon here. Weapon, fire weapon, just terrible. Okay, so then fire weapon. Fire weapon, funk. Then, when I want to call fire weapon, I'm going to use player fire weapon player. Like that. Now let's see. Come on. I can't even be right. Bullet size, fine. That's no big deal. That's definitely a circular reference. 90? Bullet size. You know what? I'm not going to bother with that. Let's just take that out. What now? Time delta 92. Time delta. And then main handle player input time delta. Oof. Time delta. Doesn't feel right to have to take that as an input, but handle input events time delta. Time delta. Okay. Maybe this is the last time. Okay, nothing's happening. And then it crashes. 101. Who is looking for blaster weapon? Is it the same problem? Oh boy. That's really frustrating if this is happening. Now the problem has precipitated to this module. Let me go up here and rearrange the ordering one more time because I think I had put them in a way that made it work a little bit better. Okay, so that worked. Why can the player not shoot? Let's see. Main. We can get rid of that now. Fire weapon. Fire weapon. Okay, so that's there. And then we made our weapon. Damage 10, bullet speed 700, fire rate. What about the actual invocation of fire weapon here? Fire weapon funk. Fire weapon funk. Player fire weapon player. Player weapon player. Oh, same thing. I'm not actually returning the bullet that gets created here. So same as what we were doing before with the enemy class. What was it? New bullet funk? Oh boy. So then for handle player input, feel like this is not the right place for that. Like there needs to be a signal that the player is shooting, firing, and then in the update function that would be handled. So how about we do this? Firing is nil. And then for update player, we can have a new bullet funk. And then for, oh yeah, this is going to actually solve another problem too, which would be great. If it's space, then we're going to say set. Oh my God. Let's see. Player firing set T. Then we'll take this section out. And then inside the update function, Update player position. Fire the weapon. If player firing player. And we can call player weapon fire, blah, 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 like we were doing before. Player weapon, player time delta. Then we can take the time delta out of this function, which is nice. But we also need to, actually, here's what we can do. We can immediately turn firing off, because I don't want this to go repeatedly yet. So, excuse me. Begin, and then player firing set nil. To do remove when we want to hold the button. Okay, so now we're gonna go down here also, do a similar thing where we check whether it is that right? Key code. Okay, got that. So if key code is equal to space, we're going to set that to a nil. This is whenever they lift the key. So did I just delete the rest of the file? What just happened? Okay. That should be solid now, I think. So did I remove the, yeah, remove that. So let's go back into main. We're going to remove the, let's see, handle input. Take the time delta out of that. Handle player. Take time delta out of that. We're almost there, folks. 103. Need to extend this. What was that now? 163. I also need to go to create player and say firing. Okay, I already did that. Good. And I forgot to add firing. So then back in main, 163. There was a lambda somewhere. Let's take this. Yikes. Okay. Should reuse the other one somehow, but for now, let's just put this here. Damn. Keep buffer overflow. Oh, give me a break. Solid as a snake, okay? Yeah, now I realize what you're talking about. Let's think for a second here. The update player function. New bullet func. Haven't called it yet. May just have to run a debugger. Kind of weird. VM.c. What line was that? 1161. Read global. A heap buffer overflow? How could that be possible? Hmm. Let's take a look at main and see maybe if I get any clues of what I screwed up, because I really screwed up. I'll put a nil in right here just to see if that lambda somehow is the thing that caused it. Oh, something else now. Who the hell knows? What else did I change just now? Changed something in player when we're handling input. I changed a couple things here actually. Key code. I should put key code here also. I forgot key code. And I added this key code space player. Oh, that explains part of it. So player needs to go here. I hope this is all the problem is. No, that was not the problem. Must be related to some of the changes I made here, though. Handle player input. Let key code. So one difference is that I inserted a new let here. Chunk right. Okay. So let's think about this for a second. Lambda inner. There was a define that I defined somewhere. Lambda inner block expression parse list special form if. Okay. List expression list emit byte emit call. We reallocated the chunk. And somehow we're stepping outside of the bounds of the chunk. Did I... Man. Do I have another issue where the chunk is not big enough for the code that's in it? Is it because this function is so gnarly now? Like, I got a lot of code this function. A lot of jumps. Okay. Define. How about this? We're going to try some fancy crap here. Handle player key up player input event. This is really bad, but I think it's going to show me whether there's some deficiencies in the language. Handle player key up player input event. And then this function will go paste. Oops. All right, there we go. Shit, man. This is really confusing. So this is from parsing an if. List special form block. Must be a begin. So let's go to VM and then compiler. Parse begin. Nah. Parse block. All right, so it's definitely in a begin somewhere. At least the overflow that I'm dealing with. So who has got a begin in the function? Player firing player. I mean, it could be here, but why would it be? Here, what if I do this? That could be it. Okay, that one was it. Somehow, that function is causing the problem. Let's just roll this little experiment back. This still needs to be say player. All right, and if I go up here and comment this out again, maybe there's something really stupidly wrong I did when I called that. Oh no. Ah, line 90. Ah, okay. Fine. And then we're going to comment this one out again. There's some subtle bugs with the language, folks. That's what's happening here. Okay, so everything's good until I start trying to shoot. Or even this, if player firing player. Begin player firing set. Ah, damn, is it that one? It can't be that one. Can it? No, it can't be. Player firing. Firing. Okay, so yeah. Let. This is a cheeky solution. I don't like it, but it worked. To do, why is there a heap overflow when this is a begin? So I need to write some of these things down to investigate later because there's definitely some bugs that I'm dealing with here. A couple bugs we've seen so far. In fact, let me do that before I forget what they were. Also, there was the circular module reference issue with, what was it? Siphon player and siphon weapon. Okay. Lastly, just see if we can see that the player's firing at this point. Okay, so it says it. So why is the weapon not actually firing in that case? player has a weapon. Display player weapon player. Okay, so there's a weapon there. Display fire weapon. This should be a function. Yep, function fire weapon. So then going into weapon.msc. Excuse me. Weapon bullet speed. Bullet size. Damage owner. Oh, right. That was the thing we need to do here. New bullet func. Okay. So that should do the trick. If it works. Is it null? I think I commented that out. Main. What a nightmare. Finally. And, oh, ho, ho, ho. Enemy sphere. Okay, so then line 41, is that in bullet.msc? Damn. Is this another issue where there's a circular problem? I think some of these collision checks may need to get pulled out into a separate module. Because the circular references between the different tier modules like this are having problems. So enemy sphere. Enemy sphere is not available. That's really unfortunate. So I think it's unavoidable that I'm going to have to fix this module issue. And I'm not sure how easy that's going to be. The only other way is to have a final collision checking pass and not do it in the update functions of these. So if I have a separate module, in fact, I could try that right now potentially. So, excuse me. That could actually solve the problem with player. So if bullet never has a pull-in enemy and player, then it could just solve our problems. So let's move this out to another module, collision.msc. Define module siphon collision. All right. And this one is going to pull in siphon enemy. And let's finish that out real quick. Let's pull in scheme mode. Siphon enemy, siphon player, siphon bullet. All right. And then define check collisions. Yeah. Player, enemies, bullets. Okay. And we're just going to have it all in one function here. And then we'll go into main. So we've done all the updates for enemies. And now check for collisions. Check collisions. Game player, game, current game. And then we're also going to copy that a couple other times for game enemies and then game bullets. I hope this works. So weapon, bullet, collision. That was what I called it, collisions? Collision. All right, cool. So then I should be able to go into bullet, sphere. All right, so check for sphere of bullet versus sphere of entity. So if I go and just drop all this code out, yes, and then I'll have to have another field here, alive, that I can set, and that's fine. All right, so this is the only collisions we're really checking at the moment, just bullet against some other entity. So this is a good place to try this. Bullet owner, bullet player. We're going to do a loop over all bullets, and that's fine. Okay, so let's do this here. Let. Okay. Bullets, new bullets. Yeah, okay. We're not going to deal with the new bullets thing now. We're not going to deal with the bullet alive thing here. So we don't need to do new, okay, the new bullet's not here anymore, good. But we do need to call next bullet somewhere. So next bullet. All right, so if equal bullet owner. And also if pair bullets. Then at the end, what is this? That's the let. Need to go up one level. On the if, inside of the if. Ugh. Begin. What is happening? What is this let for? Yeah, that's fine. Yep. Check for collisions against enemies. This was meant to go here. Begin. All right. So we want to do the if for everything first, but then we also want to do next bullet, coulter bullets. Nope. Right. So we have the if, but we still need to go to next bullet, and then that's part of the begin of check pair bullets. Great. That looks good. Then you have the if, and you have the let, and the end of the define. So bullet alive set is nil. Okay. Also do that here. And then when we have a weapon that fires a bullet, alive is T. All right, and now bullet no longer needs enemy or player. Is there anything player related in here? Player. Take that out, take that out. Enemies, player, yeah. So we're cool on that. And then enemy can pull in weapon, no problem. Weapon pulls in bullets, but bullet doesn't pull in enemy or player anymore. So maybe I can get rid of my hack if I do it this way. Also, in collision, check collisions needs to be exported. And also in bullet, in the update cycle, first we check if bullet alive, bullet, then we only do this stuff that's inside. I think we can get rid of this piece here. Let if bullet alive. Okay, and then next bullet. This could be outside of the let, maybe? Nah. Okay, so we got the let. Next bullet. New bullets. Wait. We need to add it. This could be simplified too, potentially. If it's still alive, yeah, this needs to be part of the if. There we go. Let's try it. All right, line 33. 33. Not this file. What about player? What about weapon? What about enemy? I don't get good file locations. 33. Not there either. Expected right paren to end if expression. It's gotta be... Oh, collision? Okay, maybe I did something wrong. Keep triggering that pop-up. This doesn't seem wrong. Ah. Begin. What now? 176. Maybe main. Expected 2 arguments, but got 4. Ah, yeah. Fine. We're getting close. Okay, line 9 in collision, we need to pull in a mesh list. All right, so we're moving, which is good. Another deadly signal. There's a null somewhere. Check collisions. Let's see. Player is firing. Okay. New bullet funk. Let's go to main. Okay, we got that far. Game bullet set. Const bullet. So fire weapon, we could take, we could actually take both these and put them back into player at this point. So player and create player. We can put weapon right back here. Take these two parameters out. Should still be in good state after this. Should, huh? Undefined variable fire weapon func. Ah. Fire weapon func. We don't need that anymore. And we can take fire weapon out of that. And then fire weapon, we could take this let out. How we had a problem here before. Huh. Okay, let's just put some BS in here. So foo t. Not worth explaining why that's necessary right now. Okay, so that's good. That's a good sign. Player is firing back in main. Ah, crap. Lambda. So game bullets set. Current game cons bullet. Game bullets current game. And after this, let me write something out just to make sure that we know. Display added the bullet. Okay, let's take a look at the output. So it's probably something in the bullet updates now. So update bullets. Let's go to bullet. Pair bullets. Let's say display updating bullet. Okay, so we got that far. If the bullet is alive, then we can say bullet is alive. Okay, so we didn't get this far. Bullet, car, bullets. Display bullet. And then display new line. There is a bullet. Bullet alive. Now, oh, crap. That one. That may be it. Okay, something different now, I think. Hey, even better. Line 40. Expected 2 arguments, but we got 3. Let's get rid of that. I think we're good. Much closer now. Undefined variable bullet. This is probably in collision.msc, line 13. Bullet owner bullets. Okay, so we need to have... Let's make this a let. Bullet, car, bullets. No. Okay. Hey, we're shooting again. Thank God. I think there was a collision or a check that caused it to crash this time. All right, so let's get rid of that. In bullet, alive, let's get rid of that. And now let's see what the crash actually was. God, too much output. Sphere intersect, line 18, collision. So we need to put in substratic physics. I think we're almost there here. Where are you? Let's shoot you. What is it now? Player is firing. Okay. Line 21. Ah, of course. Bullet. Alive set bullet. Where are you? The crash. Score total. Line 157. Was it in bullet? 157? Huh. How do we do that? I think collision may need to have a function that can be called to indicate that there was a hit. Almost there. Almost there. I think we're almost working again. And then not in collision, but in main, we call the collisions function. We also need a function that could say enemy. And then score total, I believe. Game score total set. Current game. Game score total. Current game. Enemy score, enemy. Okay, so check collisions is going to have a function that it takes to call to indicate that we hit an enemy. So hit enemy func. It's not the cleanest way to do this. Probably better to have more like an event system, but we're going to go with this for right now. Bam. Didn't give us a score though. All right, yeah, I didn't call it. That's why. Right. Where was it? Bullet owner is enemy sphere intersect bullet alive set enemy shield set, and right here hit enemy func car enemies. Okay, let's do that. Now let's shoot somebody. Uh, 91 in what? Main? 91? That can't be right. Oh. Game score, current game score total. Update HUD. Score scroll speed. 91. Setter for type game. Oh, right here. Can we type? Game. Come on. Let's just get back to where we were. Boom. Okay, score. And I got hit too. My health went down. Great. Ah, I'm gonna die here probably. Because I can't control the ship very cleanly. And it crashed on that part. End game. All right, and then somebody's calling end game. Right. Okay. Almost there. I mean, I think I've been saying that for like 2 hours now. All right, so in game is part of this part of the code. Let me just delete some stuff here that's not needed now. HUD can eventually go in its own module, but we're not going to deal with that nightmare right now. Okay. So when we update the player, we need a way to tell... Let's see. Who should be responsible for that? I guess what we could do is look at the player state. So maybe, yeah, how about that? Let's just say player state. And by default, state is alive. But if we want to change the state, player state set, and we're just going to use the same values as before. Player state set player. Don't forget that. State set player. Okay, and then after we update the player, we can go through the whole loop again, but instead of saying game state, we can look at whether the player is alive or not. All right, so then we're going to say player state. Game player current game. Let's go. Let's get shot a few times. Shoot me. Thank you. Oh. Player. Oh, game state. All right, game state is what we're keying off of on everything else. Yeah, let's do that. Let's check player state and then set the game state based on that. So player state. So instead of what we did here, if I were to just copy that really quick and then undo, wait, redo, undo. Okay. Here we're gonna say if, then we're gonna set game state set current game player state. Not equal alive. Game state set current game player state game player current game. There's just so many like redundant calls. I probably should be caching some of these things each loop. Now I gotta try to die again. Wait, what? What's happening? No. Playing. Crash. Fantastic. 242. Operands must be number. Oh, end game. End game. All right, we should call that. Player state. End game. Current game. Player state. And that should be enough. Hey, you died. Finally, we made it. Finally, we made it back to having the game where we were before. All Okay, let me just check this in because that was a nightmare. So all the modules, player shield damage is in, speed up enemy spawning. I think I did that. So let's just check that in. Just taking a look at all the code changes first to make sure everything is what we expect it to be. Okay, got that. Main looks good. All the new files, everything in it look like it belongs there. All right, that looks good. Cool. Player. Weapon. Okay, good. All right. Major refactoring. Well, let's say break major types into modules. Add in state prompts. And that's going to be it for today. So we did quite a lot today. We got quite a lot of progress made. We didn't fully get to the point. Like if I had like one more hour where I wasn't dealing with these kind of debugging issues, we would have gotten to the point where we could restart the game and potentially sort of see how it would play to an end state. But it does work. It does work to both have your energy depleted and also to get shot enough times that you die. So tweak configurations of existing enemies, add energy siphoning, add pickup objects, shield energy, maybe weapon, add energy depletion when moving and shooting, so there's this idea that I had about shields where maybe you have to hold a button for the shield to be activated. So if you get hit, you need to be holding the shield button. So manual shielding, which also depletes. It's just some of the ideas I have for gameplay. Make basic game sprites. And I also need to make sure that I can like make a build of this game that can be played by other people. Maybe if I don't get the CI thing working, then I'll have to just make my own build on a VM and then upload that somewhere. That's fine if I have to do that. So that's the thing we're going to do tomorrow. So tomorrow morning, same time, 7 a.m. my time. So the time that I started this morning, I'm going to be back. I'll schedule the stream beforehand so you know when it is. And then we're going to go for another day like this just to see how much we can get done by the end of the day. And then around this time tomorrow, I'm probably going to call it quits on major development. And I might do some tweaks here and there before the final submission. And then we'll be done. Tomorrow's the last day. So thank you, everybody who stuck around today and watched me do this. I really appreciate your attention and your feedback. And hopefully by the end, you'll be able to play what we've been working on this whole time. So until tomorrow, I hope you have a great night. And then keep it creative. We'll see you next time.